There we go. So we're trying a new microphone today, and it's these little guys right here. This thing does nothing. So I'm gonna turn this down. I'm just gonna kill the music for a second. Let me know how that's coming in. Is it coming through clear? Coming through muddy? This is a first test of these earpods. So I don't know what they sound like to you guys. We'll find out soon, I guess. But yeah, happy Friday. Good to see you. Ooh, which lips? My lips? So it's good to see everyone. Let's see here. I'm just gonna throw this up. We did this. Ooh, look at that. It's on my Instagram. I'm sure. It's, oh man, all my screens are just they're going crazy here. Hold on, let me fix that. So we're okay with that. You know what? I think I can actually pull up a picture for you. You know what? Why do that? We can just do this. I'll take it right over. So we finished that maybe a couple streams ago. I think we did the Beholder and the Cthulhu since then, but I've been trying to a touch robot-y, but not too bad. Okay, if it gets terrible, I can try to mess with the volumes and the levels. Hey JP, how's it going, man? Good to see ya. Yeah, it's just showing. This is the Ozu. It's finally. I did the background. I put a little shadow behind it, and I finished the video today. So I figure during the break maybe I can play that through. Send all the hearts, all the hearts, all the love. Be waving back. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining. Always a pleasure. Um, so yeah, I released my Ozu video, and once again, I'm trying new headphones. They're new earpieces. This mic does nothing right now. So, but if these sound too tinny, like they're inexpensive, we'll say that they were. I didn't break the bank on them, let's say. So, but they I'm hoping will sound better for their cost than the other ones that sounded very um, broken telephone, I think. So, keep me posted if it gets fuzzy, if that drives you crazy when if I touch my ear. I'll figure it out. I figure the best thing about these though is that when I turn and start mumbling to the canvas, or when I leave and start moving around, they'll still be able to hear me. I'm just walking my chair back. So yeah, good to see everyone. Happy Friday. Hope everyone's had a good week. The weather across the world has been inconsistent, we'll say. We're getting storms, we're getting heat, we're getting, I guess, cold fronts. Yeah, it's it's that weird season, right, where we're in that transition. But yeah, so I hope everyone's been having a good week. I'm kind of sort of sitting here like, what do I paint tonight? I didn't have a canvas prepared, but one of the things, there's a couple little tasks I've been kind of putting off. One of them, here, we did this beholder a while ago. Well, let me get a little more light on this. Let me fix the light here. Okay, I'm knocking my computer over. That should hopefully do a little better. I'll get this on that. Try to get hidden in focus. And I'll squish this down just a little. And let's see if I can't find that zoom a little bit. There we go. So yeah, we painted this guy. We did the eyeballs and such. But it's already... The plastic is uneven, so I'm worried he's going to crack off his base there. So we just sort of did some blues, some purples, and some grays on this base. But I'm thinking it could use I was thinking maybe a little flocking, like some fake snow, little dabs of white, and then we can just color them with whatever, but it'll build up some texture. I also have some funky colors of mosses, like really vibrant greens and purples. So I'm thinking maybe we'll make this like a sci-fi piece of Earth, like maybe from another planet or something. Some bright colors, some weird tendrily mosses that look like coral, but those bright colors and stuff. Gonna make it look otherworldly. So that was one of my things I was thinking of doing, is just getting some bases, and we can talk about, like, we've done lots of painting, but I haven't really done a whole lot about how we base these, how we make them look like they're actually kind of real. Maybe not real's the word, but like how we give them, how we give them an atmosphere to kind of enhance their features. Like, is it is he from another planet? Is he from somewhere cold? Is he maybe there's like hellfire under him and there's like brimstone? So like, what kind of environment does this guy live in? And I think he lives in kind of a funky, brightly colored, otherworldly planet. So doing the base with that will be one of our get it done tasks. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. But because I have these ear things, I'm hoping you can hear me pretty clearly as I disappear. You know, mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2. So there you are. Hopefully that's not too. The other base I wanted to do is this guy. We did this guy in a live stream, and I got the guy done. And the neat thing about these Nulzers is that they have their own little, like the model itself has a base to sit on, so you technically really don't need, the pie plate to sit them on. But just giving that a little paint, maybe putting some little mushrooms and shrubs and stuff. Maybe we can even hide a little froggy in there. Who knows? But this will just give us sort of more earth to play with. And trees, especially trees like this, probably have strong roots. Actually, would he have roots? I'm not sure. What's going on? Yeah, I'm not sure if he'd have his roots or not, because he walks around. Roots would suggest he's planted. So I'm just going to pop out here a bit, a little close. You know what? Let's see if I can zoom in with this. Hold on. I'm just kind of messing with this. Hold on. Okay. So I'm just kind of fighting through some tech trouble here. So yeah, this base here we'll figure out as well. I know I can get that to view closer. Just give me 2 seconds. There, that'll kind of do the trick. Hopefully. I'm just going to bring this down a little. The other thing we always got the Glottkin to work on. And one last piece. So this was just kind of a experiment. Sometimes experiments don't really go our way. Or maybe they did go our way and we were just, not happy with it. So what we can do is, hold on, hold on guys, I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds, okay? Sorry, I just gotta figure this out. My apologies. Sorry about that. You good? I hope we're good. Yeah, no, like I said, messing with the sound. I keep talking to this thing like it's doing something. All right. But yeah, if it does start raining or tinning or giving you some brutal feedback, let me know. All right. So yeah, what I was saying before is sometimes we paint things that afterwards we know we can paint better, or that we want to maybe you have an army and you're changing the color of your army. Maybe after years of painting, you've improved your skills. Maybe you got better materials, better paints that you like to paint with. Whatever the reason is. So, let me get back to the side view. So this little guy's a cool little mantis monster. I think he was called a mage hunter. He was a Nolzur's model. Let me get this light going here too. Oh, what just happened there? I turned one off and lost one. So what we can try to do is, like, it's a Nolzur's model, so they came pre-primed, and this was just painted right on it with some acrylic paint. And what we can do is, normally I would say you can just prime and paint over it. Like, for the sake of, if you want to keep painting or change the colors, just paint over it. Paint will sit on top of paint just fine. Now, if I was to use like the speed paint over this, like something like an ink, a speed paint, a contrast paint, something that's transparent, um, it might not go the way I want it to, just painting over it. So then you want to prime it. But in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to try to strip it right down back to, underneath the factory primer. Like, we'll just go right back down to the plastic. And we'll try that with, we're going to take a jar, put some alcohol in it, just dunk them in, give them a little scrub. It's going to take some time. So once again, this is kind of like going to be a get it done episode. We'll just try to get a few things done, started, worked on. I was killing a lot of time and putting a lot of work trying to get that the Ozu video out. So kind of, I'm a little unprepared today for my actual live stream, but I wanted to get another long form video out for everyone. Excuse me. So we'll start. I'm just going to clear this jar out. Actually, I got another jar over here I can use. Dump that into the slot bucket. A little shake. Okay, I don't know if I'm giving you the. Gotta watch that video. Oh, don't worry, man. I was actually planning at some point here. Oh, okay. No worries. If you got other stuff to do, that no problem. I was gonna say some point during the video I'll throw the break on and throw that video on during the break. So if you missed the premiere, we can still watch it together. Or if you didn't catch it earlier, we'll kill a few minutes with it. But it was fun. I was really happy with the video, and it was a fun one to research. So yeah, I'm just gonna drop them in there. And I'm actually going to give them a little spritz. Just a little boo boo boo. And we'll let that sit, and we'll let it sit and swish. Alright, I'm just going to pour a little more spritz in there. Give them good coating. Hopefully I'm not getting anything on my other models. A little shake. So I believe this is isopropyl alcohol. I think isoethyl will do the same, but I'm not 100% sure. I've always used isopropyl. Just getting good and messy with that. Good shake. I could probably pour a lot into it, but I'm stingy. So I'm just getting a couple of shakes. Yeah, man, I saw that you had a huge raid come in. It's like, oh, damn. But that's what I've been saying, dude. Like, you just put in the work and your community will find you. And, it grows. Alright, let me just grab, I had a scrubby brush. It's just an old toothbrush. And I don't know how strong this is going to be. There, so you can already see it's already kind of peeling off his head there. Alright, boom. So it hasn't even been soaking long. And we'll just keep giving it a little shake now and then. It's kind of like if you were to, if you were to give a resin print a little bath, the alcohol swish, you'd probably fill the jar with alcohol and give it a little swashing. Are we seeing your parents this weekend? I don't know, I'll have to get back to you on that one. Alrighty. So yeah, he's getting a little slick. Hey, let go of that, you bastard. Yeah. Like right now, I gotta run a bit of a fingernail over it. I'm getting little bits of peel wherever I scratch. Alright, so I'm doing that on the bottom. And that, like I said, was literally just kind of swashed around in it. It's not like I'm giving it a really good bath. Kind of sad these parts will go. I really liked how these set that orange yellow. Nah, no bus throwing. Let's load up the toothbrush a little bit. I think I've kind of determined that I'm stripping this guy. Doing a little scrub. Oh, you need to use your thumb. See, that's coming off. Yeah, no, this might be pretty boring. It's like inverted watching paint dry. Watching paint get removed. I'm gonna move these guys because this toothbrush does do a little bit of spatter. There, see, look at that. So, and this is like a really soft toothbrush. Like, it's like a really sensitive teeth, very soft bristles brush. So it's not like I'm not worried about wrecking the plastic or really chewing into it. And the softness seems to really help to get into those bristles. Not bristles, the bristles get into those little recesses. We're straight up brushing his teeth right now. Brush your teeth. Right? Now all those outermost spots, like his eyes, are actually polished pretty clean. His teeth, not so much. And one of the things about peeling paint rather than painting over it is, here, let's see if I can just go boop. I'm just going to give it a big tear in this blue paint right there at the top. So a chunk like that, where it's like layers, might leave like a little flake in the paint, like a little lip. And if you don't remove all the paint, or even at least like smooth it out as you paint over, especially if you're dry brushing, you can kind of catch that lip and deposit paint on it, and it kind of leaves what should be a smooth surface of like a shell or a carapace, kind of leaves it looking a little chipped and dinged. If you're doing weathering though, that's actually like you can just go and put a little scratch and then skip over it. Like an actual metal, like paint it like you would paint a panel, and then go put a little nick in it. Then you can dry brush your grunge over it, and your grunge will catch that little lip like peeled paint. And that said, I probably, not the best at weathering and paneling. That's, I'm gonna say, I don't know. Well, obviously not the best at it, but I would say it's not my strong suit. Some people might disagree and say, no, man, you do great paneling. Look at your Gundams, look at your tanks and stuff. But, like, there are some really fine paneling. A lot of the trick of it, too, is using an oil paint, something that's you can really control, like a really fluid medium that has a good surface tension. So it doesn't kind of run loose and go rogue on you like drippy water does. So yeah, you can see it's coming along. And if you look at his teeth, they're actually kind of peeling nicely. Like it's just kind of washing off those. I'm not getting the same effect that I'm getting from rubbing that off with my thumb. Like I said, I'm just gonna dig at him for a bit and then let him soak a little longer. I'll just see where I get in a few minutes. But yeah, I'm not exactly being gentle or kind. I'm just kind of ravaging it with this toothbrush and seeing what we can get off in our first few passes. Now, I'm sure there's other stuff too that, like, I think this is only 70% isopropyl, so like 90% would probably do a better job at cleaning. So this is what I have on hand, so that's what I'm using. Just a little scrubby scrub. Yeah, and after like, an hour of scrubbing, you'll kind of get to a point where you'll be like, damn, I should have just primed right over this. But that's yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, you could let them sit longer and soak them better, but this is just for the sake of doing something and going through the process. Keep seeing this sort of, I don't know, spike in my audio. I don't know, are you guys getting like a pop or a ding or anything like that? Well, it should be fine. I think it could just be like my fidgeting. Yeah, we'll just go into that. Yeah. Say I could probably be here scrubbing that thing for time. So pour a little more ISO on that. Drop a lid on that jar and give it a little shaky shake every now and then. Now, you should be aware that like just leaving a big jar of alcohol like this on your table while you work next to it, like that is evaporating as you sit next to it. So just be mindful of that. It's good to have all your chemicals and your stuff sitting with sealed lids and in sealed containers, just for the sake of your air quality and you know, keeping the mess down. A little swishy swish. Ooh. Yeah, see, I feel that spike there is just me shoving this into my ear more. Okay. We'll see how that goes in a little bit. We'll give that a little bit of time. Alright, and what did I say we were doing? We're gonna base some guys. I guess I could also just start up another Nalzar. I got still a handful of a few I probably get done. But yeah, I do want to get these bases done. Yeah, let's do that. Let's start off, fish out some flocking. So I think that's what I want to go with on this. It's just like Citadel technical terrain flocking. I'm just gonna smush it around this base. So we're basically gonna remove all the pie plate, and it's just gonna be one little. I feel the stuff is pretty consistent. Like I don't even know if putting it on this thing is gonna do anything. It might. The stuff is really thick and chunky. Yeah, you never want open vapors. You want to manage that as much as you can. Okay, it did do a little swirly. I'm just gonna get a little bit of this, and we'll get right to it. I want these. So one of these is a nice little spoony spoon, and now he's not stuck in there with the marble, so he is susceptible to falling. Let's smush some clay and get that. Yeah, you can kind of hear. Well, I don't know if you can hear it, but as I'm fudging with this base, this little rock here wasn't totally flat. Like it kind of had a little bit of a lip to it. So when I glued it down, I kind of like, yeah, and then held it, and then now that plastic pie plate wants to sit flat, and you can kind of hear a little bit of crackly plastic, but it's on there. Okay, I used a little bit of like some Gorilla Glue to base, and then I used a little brush on cyanoacrylate to like brush into the cracks and get it sort of into these little joints as much as I could. Now we're going to cover it all with flocking, so should be fine. Let's see, one brand for stuff. Yeah, the Citadel technical stuff is like it's costly, but it is nice for basing things. I have a couple. I actually really like the Armageddon. Is it Armageddon Dunes and I know Armageddon Dunes and Armageddon Chunks. Yeah, Dust and Dunes. That's the ones. Armageddon Dust and Armageddon Dunes. I do like those. So we're just gonna take this block from here, and we're just gonna kind of dabble it around a little bit here, a little bit there. And the other nice thing about the white flocking is if you don't want it to be snow, you can just paint it. If you want it to be snow, it actually behaves very nicely like snow. Gives little like clusters. Sorry, I should have glued this thing down to the table so I don't spin it so much. It's usually my MO. Now, I haven't taken a shot from the sniper yet, so I hear the gun click, so I'm guessing my sound is working okay. And they are actually quite liberating on the head. Ooh. So, points for that. I like to be able to take you with me and not have to scream across the room. That'll be nice. I guess the other test will be the battery life on these. If the battery goes, they have the little chargy case. I can pop them in. Maybe I should have gone like one ear and the other ear. Speaking of ears and sound, so where's the music? Let's get some music going. We'll start with the lo-fi list. Yes, and it is the same playlist. Yeah, there we go. Let me get this going. Ooh, that's pretty loud. Okay, that should work. Yeah? Okay. Let me know. Alright, take care, man. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, and congrats on making Twitch partner, bro. Some good stuff today. Kinda got my back turned here to you. Yeah, this is, no. I guess it's not as, as exciting as watching, like, airbrushing, contrast paint, and edge highlighting. But kind of a necessary part of making our models. So I'm just kind of going around. And I do like a little bit of a clean lip. So I'm just going to pack it onto the edges and then give my finger a little around the side. And keep going. Now, first time I ever used this technical stuff, I want to say I didn't really use it right. And I don't think there's a right and wrong way to use this. So I'll preface my statements with that. Use it however you like, however you want. But I believe this is the Armageddon Dunes. It's the chunky Armageddon stuff. And I probably used, like, gosh, maybe, I don't know, most of the bottle on, like, one. Mind you, it was a larger base. But I just ate all of it up in one model and, like, wow. I gotta think of a better way. I gotta think of a smarter way to apply this. So I was just sort of pooling and pooling it on, and then I wasn't letting it dry to put more layers on. I was just putting wet on wet. So I probably could chalk up a lot of the loss to waste on that. But in other models, I found I can use like other filler, just like sand and glue, and then the parts that you really want, to look that dune chunky Armageddon sand or that Agrelian mud. Just kind of do the top layer with that technical stuff, and then use your sort of DIY stuff on the bottom. And that's just to kind of stretch what you got. I'm sure there's tons of flocking recipes and DIY flocking at home for snow. I'm just gonna kind of mush it around in this rock. Kind of like how snow would break up, but we are gonna give it a color. Boop, boop, boop. Go. There. Then we got this here. We'll let that dry. That'll kind of extend our base rim out. Let there be light, I guess. Yeah, weird things happening tonight, guys. Lights going on and off, things flickering. I don't know. I don't know. That spooky time of year. We're approaching October. I'll make that excuse for it. Okay. I know I said I gotta put this down and let it dry. That's always a tough part. Put things down. Alright. So there we go. Got a nice little snowy patch covering his plate, leading up the rock. And we'll hit it with some colors, some washes, some Mod Podge, and some funky plants. We'll let that dry. Cleaning my hands off a bit. Cleaning off that flocking. That flocking. Alright. So for this guy, I think I'm just gonna hit this base, like gray craft paint, and then take there. Maybe some olive, something not quite gray, a little bit of life in there. And we're just gonna dig into that. Perfect. We're just gonna dig into like matte crafting paint. This stuff actually has some pretty good tooth. Like its texture is not quite like apple barrel matte. That's like really grabby. But it's got some nice appearance. Another paint seems to sit on top of it. So it's gonna take probably a couple layers to like. We're going on this clear pie plate. We're just gonna smear this olive all over it in layers. I would also, sometimes I would just airbrush this, but This is all gonna get covered anyway. I'm not too worried about how it's gonna look. So we're gonna have lots of color on top. You're hanging on to it without leaving fingerprints everywhere. Yeah, this is where you get in trouble. And where the airbrush would excel, that smooth plastic is gonna get brushed through. So you do have to build up your layers. So we'll let that sit for now. Does anyone have any other projects they're working on at the moment? Any paintings, minis? You know, do you make videos or edit content? You know, photography. You know, we've had some pretty awesome tattoo artists here. They're working on anything? I know. And also, if you want, you know, drop your links, drop your socials, all that good stuff. Hmm? Okay. Sorry. Still, you know, dealing with the tech conundrums here. So, okay, so that's gonna dry. It's, you know, actually close to there. Um, hold on, let me try to figure this out. Alright, you know what? Hold on, we'll do something. Let me do this. And what we're gonna do is find. Oh, hold on. Let me. Oh, where'd you go? Where'd you go? There we are. Okay, so sorry, I'm gonna try to pull this video up for you, and I'll share that while I try to figure out the rest of this crap on the back end. Okay? Give me 2 seconds. So,
Konnichiwa.
do.
Tenny Pank.
Oh, that's not the one I want. I want. Hmm. That might be on. Maybe it looks sort of like this. Yeah, I gotta clean up the hard drive. Okay, I'll. Everything's working against me right now. Alright, well, I'll figure that out later. This is already dry, so I'm just gonna go back to another layer on it. Okay. Yeah, I'm already pulling this off, so see that second layer's not really doing great. We'll go to the airbrush. I'll just put some of this crap right in the airbrush. 2 seconds. Here, you can come with me over this way. Whoop. Just roll this son of a bitch over. Ooh. Yeah, big cranking hub. Now, if you ever have thought about, I want to airbrush, but I have no ventilation. There isn't much ventilation in my apartment. So I kind of fashioned this little box and a filter out of a bathroom fan and an existing wooden box and a Tupperware container. Get in there, you stay in that ear. So quite budget, works amazing. Let me do this. Sorry, this will take a little bit of plugging in. I didn't expect to rig this thing up today. But, doesn't hurt to have it. Where is my power bar? There you are. You're just right in the wall. There we go. Yeah, I had this tucked away, so wasn't expecting to spray anything down with a base that small. But we'll just go for that even coverage. No. Alright. Oh, almost dropped you. And we'll get a light for you so we can all see. We're just painting this thing green, so it might be overkill to watch, but always good. We're just gonna use the cup. We'll go straight from the cup on. This is something I never use. I'll be totally honest. Is it siphon fed? Try bringing it up this way. Yep. Yep, totally prepared. Watch me plug everything in live. But yeah, I want that even coat. And it just bugs me that the paintbrush is smearing it, so. What's going on there? How long before it'll make the model soft? I don't think the ISO will affect the PVC, or at least not in the same. Maybe if you left it in there for a really long time, and then took it out and started mauling it. But from my I should say my understanding, because I'm no chemist. But from my experience, um, a few hours will do the trick absolutely. Overnight won't hurt your model. And this is for Nalzer models, so I don't know if the like a GW, like a Warhammer model, would do the same, or like a resin print that's cured. I don't know what those would do. Soaked them in alcohol overnight. Because I'm playing it safe with the Nalzer. I'm just gonna take some of this and mix it with water right in the cup, but not much water. Which could be a bit of a downfall, because this is some thick paint. A couple drops of water. And mix it up. Yeah, messing with the cup is a. This is something I always like. Ah, damn cup. That's why I like the bottles. But sometimes you don't want to fill an entire bottle just to spray a little base. So that's absolutely the benefit of the pie plate, or not the pie plate, the gravity fed. So if you just got to paint a pie plate, you know, slightly too big to use a brush conveniently, and slightly too small to justify a rattle can. Now let's see, if I mumble, can you guys hear me okay? I'm facing away, but now there's a bunch of crap. All this shit's going off by my head. Look at that, I moved all this shit and I didn't even show you guys. Hold on. There we go. We're just doing this. There, see? Now you can see as I'm holding it, there's little fingerprints there. I'll just hose those over. Ta-da! And then you gotta go through the whole process of rinsing out the cup and flushing everything. And I just like slapping on the wash jar. So that's what we're gonna do. So dump that. Grab my little water jar. And flush. And again, give a little backflow, make sure it's clean. Clean and clear. And under control. That's still a thing. I remember that from, like, you know, my teenagehood. I'm sure, you know, trends moved on to some new acne medication since then. Alright, let's get you out of here. All that work for like 3 seconds. Done. I guess we can check on that ISO model now. That flocking is still a little squishy, and this puck is wet and shiny. So we can go back to giving this guy a little scrubberoo. Here, join me over here. Whoop. And I'm gonna go get a shop rag and run over all these boards. I actually have a new toy I can show you guys too. It's actually pretty cool. So this is one of the things that was here. Well, while we're messing around and we're just chatting and having fun, one of the new toys I got. So we popped over to this screen, right? Yeah, yeah. And this screen. Oh, that's why it's not going. Okay. Tech check. 5 seconds. I don't know if that'll read. That'll read. Making a mess everywhere. Alright. That should work. That's gonna take figure itself out. Okay, look at that. That's coming real smooth now. So, like, it's just peeling off. So, yeah, it's been, I don't know, less than an hour. Um, these things are a little bendy, but Nulzers are always a little bendy anyway. So, I think that was a swish. I do not have a lid, so I'm going to foolishly use my hand. Don't do this. Especially if you have sensitive skin, that can really irritate. All this melted paint, alcohol, dirty jar. But working very nicely. You see all that kind of greeny blue coming off. There's also some glitter from that blue. It was like an iridescent glaze on it. And that seems to be coming off too. Alright, okay, this thing's, it's going. So let's do that. I'm just going to do this. So we're looking at this right now, a nice cool screen, right? So what you could actually be looking at here, can we throw a picture up here? Okay, we'll throw up the media player. We're looking at the media player and the music that's going on right now. What we're actually looking at, I'll go back to this camera, is my wall. Like that, what we were just looking at. So I can project my own computer screen on my wall. And I'm using actually a little cheapo projector of that. Bang. So we can do some fun projects with that. You know, new tools for the toolbox. And figuring out how to like, so you can see the screen and I can put the screen on my wall and I can stand in front of my wall. I can meta this. There's some cool use for it, right? I don't know. I just thought it was really neat. Yeah, like screen on screen within screen. It's really just functioning right now as an extended screen, like for two-screen stuff. Kind of saves the eyes a bit, and like it's all running off a laptop. So my monitor is, I think it's a 15-inch. But yeah, that thing can shoot like 100 inches on the wall. So you can really have some good screen action going. Alright, I'm kind of sitting with this in my lap. Now you can see that's coming right off now. It wasn't even in there long. Peeling off like skin. So I'm just using, I went from the toothbrush to the rag. I'm sure you noticed that. And this kind of just, we're going to kind of wet blanket it and give it a little rub. See how that's coming right off. Alright. Back end here. This part wasn't as submerged. You just kind of shook it around. But this front part that was, you know, bathing. Like his tongue is nice and clean. Look at that. Whee! And for these little teethy parts, like it's all coming off. It's all gummy now. So this is what I was saying, when you get into that gummy stage, that you want to get all the stuff off. Otherwise you'll have these like skin peels and layers and rips. And then if you just try to paint over, like if I just took this now and tried to paint over these little gummy bits, it would be tedious, to say the least. Yeah, I would use actually, you know what? I have a slop bucket down here. Come on! Yes! So this is like just my painting slop bucket, and it's pretty much water and probably, you know, I don't know, very, very few parts airbrush cleaner. Maybe some brush soap. Actually, I'll once again on the toolbox talk and just sort of chilling and working right now. I got this stuff recently from Addictive, and it's this stuff is great. I usually just use like a bit of like this is kind of like a it's hair conditioner basically, but it's like a really thick. It's not like it doesn't come out of a bottle. You take a little with your fingers. So I just wick a bit of this conditioner and I put it in a shot glass, and I kind of let it just dry out a bit so it's thicker and more pasty than it comes out already. And then I use that to clean and reshape brushes. But this I don't know, unicorn stuff, drunken brush goop, that stuff. It's been awesome. Like it's revived some of my crappiest brush. It's a hair mask. Okay. I don't know. I look at it as, it's not the shampoo stuff. It's the after the shampoo stuff. I usually don't have enough hair to mask. My camera fell with that Jake. I'm seeing a little pixel shimmy. So anyone got plans for the weekend? Anything exciting planned, happening, coming up? Ooh, that's toned right up. Yeah, it's sometimes it's good to have. Like I'll kind of just do the DIY brush cleaner. But sometimes, like for some of my really beat up ones, I found that like an actual proper brush cleaner was necessary to get their shape back more than. And I don't mind if my brush is a little stained and dirty, but if it's crunchy and splayed out, that's good. You never want to toss that brush when it is messed up. You kind of just grow with it. You're like, well, I know how those bristles behave, so I'll just keep going with it. I just gotta keep that old wonky bristle to the side off my model at all times. So yeah, it's coming along. Been what? An hour of kind of cleaning it, among other things. I don't know if I'll get this whole thing clean tonight. Ooh, that's a nice chunk. Ah. It'd be nice if I did. I might just get as far as I can and then let it soak. You become one with the wonky bristle. Yeah. Brushes all the time. Yeah, I like me a good cheap brush. I have a couple, I don't want to say like nice brushes, uh, but some slightly better than other brushes. I will say, for as much as there's a lot of gripe over Citadel product, I'm kind of fighting with my thumb down. I will say I think it's the Citadel medium layering brush. Where are we? this bad boy. I love this brush. I love this brush. I will say that is probably one of my favorite brushes. First one I got, I actually, like, when I was painting and I was basing, I had a bottle of glue out, and I actually went right into the super glue and then took it out and was like, oh my god, I just super glued my entire brush. Like, with a little bit of acetone, a little solvent, and a little bit of that brush cleaner. Good as new. Good as still used. Years old. Old faithful. But I will say I really like how they kind of have, I don't know, maybe it's just because I've been using one of them or using those as like a nice fallback dew wall. They have a nice point. They're not so fine that it takes things forever. They're nice and snappy, springy, so you get a good edge highlight flicker. And they're, precise enough you can get most of your work done. Like, they're an excellent workhorse. Maybe a little narrow and small for bigger models. Like this guy would be a bit of a small. You could go bigger, but not a whole lot bigger. And I would rather just use a slightly smaller brush, have more control. But, so yeah, you can see a lot of the stuff coming right off. It just takes a little while to soften. Some of the other parts, like down here, they didn't soak as well as the other. Like the face was face down in it. That really worked on there. But the parts that didn't sit submerged, yeah, that is, yeah, what I was saying. Like if you have, like if you're painting the Glottkin there with just that medium layer brush, you'll be there for a long time. You could probably scale up a few sizes. And also too, if you do like the slap chop stuff, you'll want bigger. You'll want bristles that will cover. Like if I wanted to do this guy's tail, I'd want a bristle that's slightly longer than that gap, so it hits the tops without like folding inwards. Oop, that I like I'd want to graze the top without actually my bristle falling in between. I just want to like across the top. And having the appropriate size brush, size and shape brush for that helps. Wonder what happened if you tried to paint a mini with a toothbrush. Like do the opposite of what I'm doing right now, but with the same brush. Yeah, no problem, man. So yeah, you're saying Sunday? Yeah, of course, man. Are you taking off now? Okay, yeah, after that. Sorry, I'm getting caught up in the chat here. Well, thanks for hanging out, dude. And once again, congrats on the Twitch partner, bro. That's fucking awesome, man. Like, dude, you know, good stuff. Yeah, dude, I'll keep you posted. I'll let you know. Yeah, we'll do some. We gotta have some kind of celebration thing. That's big. Okay. Okay. Well, even then, man, like I was saying before, dude, the rapid growth, the the community outreach, the support, the huge raids coming in, like I would, you know, to me that spells you're doing things right. So I think for like a partnership program, like, you know, have faith you're doing things right, bro. But yeah, off to bed. Have a good night, and thanks for hanging out. And we'll be in touch. Yeah, no, that's that's good, man. Like that's really good. Yeah. But like I was saying, I think some of those big raids, like even if you have a slow day, I think having those big raids is enough to like push the averages up per like the average per minute or per hour or however they take their analytics. Oh, okay, so here we go. I'm getting one ear. It's always the right ear. I tested this earlier, and the right ear died before the left ear. Is that normal for ear pods? Is that just like a thing? This is my first pair of wireless ear pods, and they, like I said, they weren't expensive. So, is it normal for one of them to die before the other one, or should they die at the same time? Thinking maybe I was, a fool in wearing both. Maybe I should just wear one, and then I can swap them. That way, when one dies, one's charging. I always have an ear mic free. I don't know what that would do to the sound. Like I don't know if the left and right stereoscopic. I don't even know if it's stereoscopic. But I don't know if the left and right sound comes in through the left and right buds. Like that. So now I'm taking a pick. I'm just kind of scraping it like a dentist would pick at. Got lots of little fine bits. Oh, my hands are frozen. When did that happen? Ah, my hands! Ah! No worries, that's an easy fix, guys. Should be it. There, easy enough. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Is when one earbud dies, I'll well, obviously when this one, it's weird. When one dies first, I'll keep the other one going. Tuck the other one into bed and let it charge. Yeah. See how they juggle. Not the like I said, this is not very exciting stream. This is just, this is one of those less glorious parts of crafting. Where you just kind of sit at your desk and do stuff. Bumble along, and if you're lucky enough to have good people hang out with you, that's great. Yeah, this is actually a pretty pointy tool I'm digging at with this. The plastic is still quite hard, considering like for a null, still like it's not like that like hard brittle polystyrene. Kind of has some bend to it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So, we can use that to our advantage. We're going to get some of these really teeny sunken part. I'll have to set it isopropyl. So we'll see. See how far we get. You know, just tootling and doodling. And all the way. Stupid hands in the way. At least they're not frozen. They're in the way and out of the way. I'd also probably be having an easier time if I wasn't as frugal with my alcohol. But I don't see a whole, like you can see how soft it got with just the little squishies. So I don't think there's a real need to pull out more. I'd rather just keep a little bit in a jar and keep recycling for this purpose. That way I conserve my resources. It's like thinner. You can use your odorless thinner for your oil, and you can reuse it. Keep it in a jar. It'll settle. Just recycle it. Like that's all my dirty thinner there, but if you look, yeah, it's clear. Pull that off, and I got clean thinner. As long as you keep it in a sealed jar, that stuff will evaporate while it's sitting next to you. I've had that thinner, like that jar of thinner. It's slowly been a bottle of thinner poured out, and as I'm using it, I just throw the leftover or the waste into that jar, and then I need a little extra thinner that I don't need to be super clean. I'll grab some of that. I'll squish and clean brushes or whatever I need, and then back in the jar. You can recycle your, well, you can reuse it. Don't put it in the recycle. Hope that's obvious. Stupid hands, my stupid fat hands. Not even fat. You know what? Maybe this will help. Jump this thing in my ear more. Yeah, from when we started. And like I said, you could probably get away with just taking out your black primer and your white primer and going, covering it up and restarting. Like, there's enough grooves and texture in this guy that for what you might lose painting over it, like, you're not. But for the sake of arduous task, we're scrubbing it. Yeah, some people will look at it and just go, no, no, like, I won't defend it. But you might just look at something when you're done and go, mm-mm, mm-mm. Or you might have such hard variance in color that you might go, you know what, if I take white spray paint and just try to reprime it white, it's gonna, like, gonna take a few layers to get back to clean. And it happens. Sometimes we do paintings and we experiment We try things, throw caution to the wind, you know? You never learn if you don't do those things. And this is like the absolute worst case scenario, end of the world. You got to get the paint off rather than repaint it, right? And like, keep in mind too, the model that I'm doing this to, like, this is a rather inexpensive model. It's like a pre-assembled, pre-packaged, pre-primed Nalzer miniature. I think it was from the MTG series, from Mage Hunter. But like, yeah, this is like maybe a $10 creature, probably more like seven Canadian dollars for this thing. So it's not like for the stress and headache of cleaning this thing. I'm probably just getting up. I didn't have to build it. I didn't have to pose it. It's not on a base. It's not like it's well, yeah. I guess check that. It does have a quote unquote base. But yeah, it's not risky to experiment on. Um, unless you're really in love with the model and you really hate the paint job, like doing this to a Nalzer's, I'd say, like, I don't want to be like, it's not worth the time, but like anything that you feel is appropriate. Nothing in this hobby happens fast. So if you want to take your time to do whatever you want, go for it. Absolutely. You clean the shit out of that model. You make it, shiny again. Huh? That's Don't let me tell you, your Nalzer models aren't worth clean. Maybe but I'm just saying, for a model like this, you don't have to shed gears. So one of the things I do find as well with the toothbrush is you'll see some of these little colors are really stuck. The toothbrush is just pretty good for getting those little colors out. It's also good for smoothing out those little kind of lips I was telling you about, those lips hairs. That toothbrush kind of like smooths all that layer out. Like this head right now, you can see those little blue bits, but they're pretty smooth on them. There we go. There, so his face is looking good. Tail, belly, all that stuff. Yeah, head lining up to the mic, not doing anything. It's like, yeah, well, blah 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 blah. No, I should start doing silly stuff with it. Like keep the mic there, but like replace it with an ice cream cone. Replace it with a corn dog. Just put stupid shit there and talk into it. I think that'd be pretty fun. God, what cartoon is that? I think it was that was like Clone High back in the day. The guy, the sportscaster, is like, I've been talking into an ice cream cone for 20 minutes. So we're kind of getting there, right? So, peel all this off his arm. Let his biceps flex free. So not only are we carving through, I don't know if you can see that, not only are we getting through the paint, but we're also getting through the primer that came on the factory. I don't know if you can see on the eye there, like right here, primer, eye is not eye. So if I can scratch a little bit, kind of see where I'm scratching. Some of this primer that's on there still is from the packaging. Sorry, off screen. I'm just terrible for that today. We'll probably throw them back in the soup for a bit. I think I've gotten most of the little bits. I'll have to like dental pick in there. But we'll let it soak and soften up a bit. So still a lot of these little grooves to dig out. Matter of getting in there, right? Probably a pair of tweezers would be good too. So when you have these little bits of skin, you can just flake them off. Give them a pinch and peel. Feeling a sunburn. Go. Looking cleaner. Break that. See this green gunk. Yeah, it's a pretty cool, kind of like I don't know what I would describe it as. Mantis-like with its claws and its tail, but I don't know, kind of demon-like with its head and tentacles. Gives very bug vibe. Blah, blah. Like that tongue kind of resembles a proboscis. I guess, you know, I always find fascination with, you know, I'll say tentacles, spider legs, centipede legs, little scurrying, creepy crawlers, scurrying and squiggling creepy crawlers. Who wouldn't want like 100 legs? Imagine how fast we could run. No, we'd trip over our own feet. We're not coordinated enough to have 100 legs. And never mind the physiology, just no human is coordinated enough for that. Yeah, imagine having like Goro arm, like having 4 arms. That'd be convenient. You know, you could grab and move stuff and, you know, put your groceries away and make a sandwich at the same time. You know, just convenience. But like, how convenient would it be if you had like, you know, 4 legs instead of two? And not even like a centaur, where you have kind of like a horse body, just like four goofy legs coming out of your human body. Imagine how inconvenient that would be. I don't even think it'd help you run faster. Maybe if you were like born with them and like, develop your gait and your motor motor functions with them kind of guiding your development. But to just wake up one morning with four legs on your body would be so clumsy. Literally two left feet. See what I did there? Okay. Oh, yeah. It's been telling me for a while in my ear, battery low. But still only one of them. So we'll try our 1 ear in, 1 ear out experiment. You can tell me how it's done. Okay. What do you think would be harder, learning an extra pair of legs or an extra pair of arms? I don't know if I've been cleaning. Like that an hour and okay. Okay. Well, I haven't been cleaning this thing alone, but putting in a good chunk on it. I'm just kind of roughing it up with this. Once again, this is a pretty pointy tool, and the plastic is holding up. I'm carving up the factory primer, but the plastic under it. So there's some parts that look like they're kind of scratched, but it's really just that white primer. That's a good look. That's a good looking booger there. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, okay, there goes 1 ear. How does it sound, guys? Am I only coming through on 1 ear now? Put this thing to bed and let it charge. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, charge there. Yep, I was kind of just thinking that. I needed like a different tray because he's just gonna sit face down again. Maybe I'll do that, but he's just gonna sit on his tail. Here, we'll put him face down again, but we'll give him some slishy sloshies. Once again, covering with the hand, which is better than shaking alcohol all over your room. But you don't necessarily want covered in alcohol. Sound didn't change? Beautiful. That's what I like to hear. Okay, let's take a look at our base here. It's a little wet, but you can see how that shininess went away. And this matte finish, that's got some good cling to it. It feels porous for toothy. Walking, this is the one I was worried just started at first because I feel like it takes the longest to dry. Yeah, it's a little smooshy there. No worries. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, the good thing about metal tools as well is they, like plastic tools will eventually erode and scratch up and wear. to get that little plastic lip fold. I think I have a plastic palette knife that kind of beat up. There's a few little shimmies of that. And all the flocking in the paint. All now, take a look at it like this. All that crap. So you can see all this. Brush. Yeah, this is all just crap that came off the model. Alright. It's always a good idea to keep the dust off your desk a bit. I also have like a dinky little vacuum somewhere, but it's noisy and I'd say it sucks, but like not like a vacuum should. It just kind of, it more blows like the vent for it that like it, you know, they cycle and they pull in air, they have the air. Like the vent feels like it blows out more air and scatters more dust than it actually picks up. Like you'll go to pick up your dust and it'll just like whoosh, whoosh, and blow it all away before it has a chance to get picked up. Kind of ridiculous. You know, I'll just do this. Into the slosh bucket. Into the slosh with ya. This is a little messy, but a little bit of alcohol left over. Clean up. There's also razor bit. Glass. Into the slosh bucket with you. Alright. Alright, what time are we at, guys? Hour and 42, not bad. A nice clean desk. That's still over. Brush. Yeah. Yeah, you know, little brush. So, two tools to keep around your desk. The vacuum, a little hardcore. Maybe if you have like a workshop, you're working in carpentry, you're picking up sawdust, you know, you're breaking up lots of bits of resin, or you have 3D filament printers, you know, putting out all that filament spaghetti bits. Something at the bottom left. Oh, it's a light there, yeah? Yeah, let's see if I can get it. It's this ring light coming there. Sorry, I didn't even notice that. Good eye. Thank you. Try to get that in there without distracting. So, there we go, yeah. Cute little broom as one. Ooh. No, this thing does not want to stay in my ear. The lint roller. So you can just like whoop, 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 whoop. Sometimes you get chunks that are too big for it, but one of these will make your life so much better when you're cleaning up your work. Now, after you pick up all the little bits, eraser chunks, now let's see, there's some crap over here. Let's pick that up. Ooh. Oh, chucking stuff around. Yeah, you just do that and give a little cleanup. Doing it and then I just look over, it's like right under my head over. Smart, Dano. But yeah, just rolling that around will pick up all that crap off your desk. And then you got a clean dust, less dust on your, shouldn't say dust free, but less dust on your work. Let's find some glue. Yeah. I'm just gonna put. We're gonna use. I think we might just glue this guy down with some Gorilla Glue. We'll put some turfs and some Agrelian earth on it. Maybe a little Nurgle rot. I was kind of thinking of making it look swampy, but I don't want that big rock to look at it. So, not exactly sure what I'll do with this. But we got mosses and stuff to work on it as well. Cost-effective tools video. Just brilliant idea. Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things that you think everyone that like if you're a hobbyist, maybe you already know these tricks. And I feel like the stuff I know is like, oh, everyone knows that stuff. Well, I can't teach it, they already know it. But like maybe not. Maybe I got a few good ideas that I can't be the only person who thought of. Now look at that. That alcohol which turning into like a soup and see all the green and yellow coming off. Waiting for these to dry out. I also have this Glottkin. We haven't painted him in a bit. This dry, give him some, see what's going on with little Glotty here. This was for people new on the stream. This guy was my first live stream painting. Started him at 100 subscriptions. He's come a good chunk, but yeah, hopefully I finished him by 200. Right? Yeah, I'll push. Hopefully I'll get him done for 200. He kind of took a little bit of a side burner, the back burner. I don't know, whatever you call it. Yeah, we did I think 7 episodes straight with him, and then I started, didn't want to mix it up a little for you. So yeah. Stuff still to go, all those little things inside his skulls. These guys are magnetic. They both have magnets. And they just snap right on there. Beautiful. I've broken off a bunch of pieces too. So part of the revival will be kind of landmarking and pegging out these little pieces. That's not part of it. These are all these little torches and stuff. And I got a little bell I'll stick. Apparently Nurgle can never have too many bells. Bells and whistles, right? Okay, I think I'm hearing my other headphone tell me, uh-oh, battery low. Start thinking about your other mic. So we'll see how long. The other one, hollered at me for a bit. So we'll see how Let me get this adjusted. Oh, there we go. What? Okay. That is so weird. Now, Jeff, is everyone in the chat okay? Y'all still with me? I just got this weird thing from my YouTube chat. I guess the moderator settings or something. And it was like you can put someone in a timeout from like 10 seconds to 24 hours. I don't want to time out anyone. I'm lucky enough to have anyone hang out with me. I'm not gonna put you on timeout. YouTube, what are you doing? What are you doing to my viewers? They're good people. You don't put them on time. Yeah, we put in good amount of work on this guy. Little stalls. He's actually got a coating of oil wash on him as well. Maybe we can come back with a some airbrush to him eventually. I need time. Well, I am hearing we're almost at 2 hours, and okay, so bear with me. Put this over. I'm gonna have to switch your music feeds for a second. Just bear with me. Okay, sort. Okay. That's there. The other head starting. Seems like they're dying closer together than last time. Oops, looking pretty dry. This is also looking pretty good. This is still a little smushy, see? I'm a little worried about that. And the other thing that these technicals, some of them seem to contract as they dry. So if you had a big pile of flocking like this, by the time it dries, it's gonna like dent a bit. So some of the spots that I kind of built up around the rock, smushed in. Yeah, I'm a little worried that poke spot from my finger doesn't leave a soft little, like a pudgy fingerprint on. Yeah, like I said, I was kind of really really zoned into doing my editing. Actually, is that something anyone would want to see? Like the actual editing? I could pop up a shot of my editor from my last video. So not only will you see video, but if you're ever interested, I can provide that insight into editing. So like turning this whole eclectic blabber of me going, hey, I'm gonna do this, then like how I could string together, like the last, I think Ozu, that one there was probably 20 to 21 hours of live streaming. Now, probably less actual brush time, because I spend time talking, blabbing, doing stuff, and talking about things. So, but I'll take those 20 hours and go through all of it, and then chop out each little spot that I talk, or that I'm sitting mixing paint, or that I'm addressing the chat, or doing something other than painting. So I trim it just down to like brush on. maybe a little bit of like switch brush, back out, switch paint, back out. But that's all you're seeing in those time lapses. It's 20 hours edited to just that, and then put at 128 speed at 60 frames per second. So it takes a lot of editing. And then on top of that, there's like layering, sound effects, mixing your sound, voiceovers. Those are tricky. I find that they're easier, depending on your script. Some things you can just kind of wing and they sound great. Sometimes your script sounds rigid. Sometimes it's that rigidity of the script is nice. A video editing meta one. Yeah. It's kind of what I'm looking at, because it's sometimes it's like you don't know what your video is gonna be, until it's done. You might have a plan that changes. Like I'll tell you, the Ozu video that I just recently posted, my first handful of my first two like draft throughs did not have the French song, and it sounds so much more fun with that French song. But I was not going anywhere with that one. It was like I wanted creepy and sci-fi. No, I was. It came out so much better. But that's what I'm saying. Like in these hours of just kind of shooting the shit and working at the desk, it'd be cool to see how it goes from this to like a 6-minute video. Some intro, some jokes, the core work, and learn these. Yeah, I always find there's got to be some learning. I think that's a really pivotal part of not just this hobby, but just like anyone's personal journey. I always want to keep learning and developing skills, and it doesn't have to be painting skills. It doesn't have to be art skills or video editing skills. It's the skills that matter to you. You may not care to paint or edit videos, But I think it's important that you keep yourself willing to learn stuff. Bubbling the chat here. Still just kind of marshmallowy. If I did to describe it, it's like it's a little bit of elasticity to it. When I push it, kind of bounces back, but I feel like it doesn't come back as much as I'm pushing. It's marshmallowy is the only word I can think of. And yes, marshmallowy is a word. Y'all knew that I was saying it felt like a marshmallow. Yeah, my ears are giving me hell. So we'll probably have to take a second to switch back to the good old-fashioned ice cream cone. I really want to do that. Just substitute stupid things for the microphone. I think that'd be fun. Oh yeah, this guy's he's cleaned up pretty quick. He hasn't had to soak long. Mind you, I kinda went after him with a bit of a metal pick and a toothbrush. But like, you desperately wanted one of your favorite models to be clean. You don't have to wait too long. Remember the Fluffy Bunny. Oh my goodness, yeah, Fluffy Bunny. Or I think we verbed it Tubby Bunny as well. How about that? It's like you get these marshmallows. This is a vinyl eraser, by the way, and you just but yeah, you fill your mouth with marshmallows. Try to say Chubby Bunny. I feel like that's like think you need a spotter there in case you start choking to death on marshmallow. You need someone there to save you. Like I feel like in the throes of a heated battle of Fluffy or Chubby Bunny, whatever, Choky Bunny. I feel like in the throes of that battle, you need a referee to save the lives. Someone would be like, no, no, you're not putting another marshmallow in there. You are mellowed out, man. That's fun. It's funny as a kid, it's like children are champions. I think as you get older, like I think before I even got to the amount that would impede my like breathing and eating, I think I would just be like sick with sugar. Like I would just be like, Choky Bunny is probably the right name. Yeah, Choky Bunny. Yeah, yeah, maybe not the smartest game, but I played it. Oh, what happened? Okay, okay, that's looking pretty good. Oop. And it's got some good adherence too. Like it's not rubbing right off on here. It's a good sign. Sometimes when you're spraying and you don't have a good adhesive paint, or if you water it down too much, it won't adhere to its surface as well. I guess its binding properties are diluted or different. Yeah, that's pretty damn good. Now we're gonna glue it and then wait again for it to dry. We're just gonna pop them right in the middle. Boop. That. Get some glue for it. Get them on the base. Kind of one of those hurry up and wait days. No? Yeah, it's not fun unless there's an element of danger. You know? I think I still have you guys on the lo-fi loop. Hold on, let me switch it back. There you go. Weird having the two screens and the one on my wall. I literally have to like remember to turn my head and look at my wall. But it's cool. It's a little huge by the look. This. There. Do 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 do. So we're just gonna put a little bit of this Gorilla Glue. Yeah. It's not like I gotta paint the whole thing either. I put a couple little squoods. You really don't need a whole. One, two, three. Here, let me give you a overhead view so you can see. So basically squaring this off. so I can find center, right? Put bolt. Put right on the side. See? Go. Go. Give us a rather centered model. This stuff dries pretty fast. Oh. Okay, this is not a great mic. I know that. You're gonna pick up, like, these died, so everything started playing out of the speakers and the mic array from the laptop. So it's probably gonna be hard to hear for a sec. At this point, I'm gonna take 2 seconds. I'm gonna throw on the Ozu video. So if you didn't see it earlier, you can catch it right now. And while that's on, I'm going to hook up this thing. So it'll be just a couple minutes. Bear with my sound juggling. We'll do this. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of a tech break here. Let me get the glue on. What are we at? We're at 2 hours? Okay, that's actually, good enough. We'll let glue dry. We'll let alcohol set in. We'll let the flocking harden up. I'm going to go over to the little projector screen here. Display window. Yeah, we're going to go. Okay, so
Konnichiwa.
I'm gonna do this. And we're gonna find why is this give me trouble? There we go. Why is that not playing?
Bienvenue à mes amis qui ont de la peinture sur les mains. Voici Dr. Louis Thomas Jérôme Ozu.
Ah, the French.
Yeah, Dr. Ozu was a...
Oh, crap. Okay, restarting it. But I'm going to kill my mic and we'll take a quick break.
Bienvenue à mes amis qui ont de la peinture sur les mains. Voici Dr. Louis Thomas Jérôme Ozu.
Ah, the French.
Yeah, Dr. Ozu was a French anatomist who revolutionized the process in which anatomical models were made by replicating cadavers out of paper mache.
First I cut off their head, pull out what's inside, then I slice, then you slash through the skin, I pull out their bones. What are you doing?
We're doing this. I printed out a reference and sketched it on a canvas.
My best friend. Always happy. No questions.
Now we're going to the books.
That's a huge bitch!
Jugular
A few moments later.
Red team, you're going to cover the arch of the aorta, the brachiocephalic trunk, and the left and right carotid arteries. You're also going to come up here and cover the superficial temporal artery as well as the facial artery. Okay, blue team, you're going to go from the superior vena cava to the brachiocephalic trunk on each side. The jugular veins are going to run anterior to the carotid arteries, but the superficial temporal vein will sit posterior to the superficial temporal artery. I'm going to use a collection of inexpensive acrylic paints. And we're going to mix in some of the slow dry gel medium. Okay, finally, let's paint this thing. Okay, get ready everyone, it's time to nerd out. Dr. Louis Ozu was born April 7, 1797 in Normandy, France in a town called Saint-Aubin. During his studies in medicine, anatomical models that were produced were often made from applying wax to cadavers. This process had many issues, including the procurement and preservation of these cadavers, as well as fragile and easily damaged sculptures. Ozu innovated by combining boiled wood pulp, flour glue, plaster, powdered cork, powdered chalk, starches, rosins, and papers to develop a resilient paper mache. This allowed him to create more detailed and robust models than his professional counterparts. In 1825, Ozu released his first model to the medical community, an entire human male sculpture. The sculpture was 180 centimeters tall, comprised of 66 removable pieces, and featured 356 anatomical details of the human body. This model was so well received it gained immediate attention and recognition from international communities of medicine and academia. After Ozu's first model was showcased, there was a significant worldwide demand for duplicates. Hospitals, universities, museums, educational institutions, and research facilities all across the world wanted copies of this model. In order to meet this new demand, he had to find a way to accelerate his method of assembly. Ozu further innovated his production process by creating a system of metallic molds and a liquid paste material that was formed under pressure in order to rapidly recreate his models. After being formed in these molds, the material could be further sanded, sculpted, filed down, painted, and detailed. In 1827, the French government funded Ozu to build a factory in his hometown of Saint-Aubin, dedicated to the production and distribution of his anatomical models. He was even elected as the mayor in 1840. Each model produced by the factory was handmade and hand-detailed. Many of the models produced are still in existence today. They can be found in universities, museums, and in some very lucky private collections. Dr. Louis Ozu passed away in the year 1880, but his factory carried on his work reproducing his models for many years. In 1995, Le Musée de la Parfaite Anatomie was opened in Newburgh, France, in honor of Dr. Ozu. Okay, thanks for bearing with me through that. It looks like I'm about to wrap up this painting, but before I do, I just want to say thank you very much et merci beaucoup.
Ah, the French.
I really hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed making it. If you liked it, hit the like button, subscribe, and maybe share it with a friend or two. If you didn't like it, I don't know why you're still here. Okay, I think we're done.
Alright, well, thank you very much. I appreciate you, and love you. Love yourselves, love each other, and have a great night. Have a great weekend, and I'll catch you later. I appreciate you. Yeah, I don't want to yet blow your ears out. It's too late for that. Good night.
No, I was just, I'm sorry, madame.
There we go. Main mic. Are we good? We good? We got sound? JP, thank you for stopping by, man. I hope you enjoyed the video. All the hearts and all the love.
Aww.
I appreciate you stopping by and hanging out with us. And yeah, I might be streaming on Twitch this weekend. So I guess it might be tomorrow night or this evening for you, or I don't know. I'm not sure what time it'll be. I think it'll be earlier Saturday, so it might be in the evening Saturday for you. Or I might just keep going all through Saturday, and morning or night you'll catch me. But take care, see you next time. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. All the hearts, all the love. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the little video. Okay. So I'm back on this microphone. I hope you guys can hear me okay. And just hello. Little ASMR action. And let's get a little music going again. What do we want? Let's get something. Ooh, I like this one. This one's called The Fighter. Let's get that crank here, guys. Let's get that crank on both sides. We're getting a mean echo out of that. 2 seconds. I'll fix that. There we go. Better? So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to work on basing these things. So this guy's... Oh, yeah, let's get you back to the table. This guy's still a little soft, so we might not... I'll put him back here. We might not get to him, though. He might be something for tomorrow or later on. Yeah, we'll go. Whoops. We'll go with our Ent. Now that glue has dried, I'm sure if I yank on it, I could rip it off, but I don't want to do that, so I'm just gonna start from here. Here, let's get the base. Let's get him mounted so you get a better view. Let's get him off without smushing that. Let's tuck him back here. We're going to take this little alcohol jar. We're going to move that. I don't have a lid for it right now, so I'm actually going to put it in my airbrush booth.
Look at that. There's a jar. Lid. Magic. Oh. Jar lid's too small. It's a different kind of mason jar. No problem. We'll figure that out later. Thought I was getting lucky there for a second, but it's all good. You know what? Instead of those brushes, we're going to dig into here. And we're going to get there's a couple little brushes I like. Oh, perfect. There's my jar. Lid. Me great at words. Yeah, why does my mic have to be on to catch all my blunders? It's okay, it's not like I say anything profound when it's off. Now that there's a lid on this, I can shake it a little more violently. No harm, no foul. Seems to be cleaning itself pretty good in there. Yeah, very nice. Jar's a little messy, but just a few little swashes. So, I have some funky mosses for the my intention for these bright color ones is more for the beholder, but we can throw some nice color on that end too. I'm going to start by putting Mod Podge and dirt down. You can say like 7-syllable words that I could never pronounce. Good. I think that's mighty kind of you. I'm sure you could pronounce and learn them if you, especially if you had the book in front of you. Just, Just also Google. Google can teach you how to say stuff. So yeah, I'm just gonna put down its matte Mod Podge. I have matte and gloss. I prefer matte. I find gloss is a lot. It's very easy to get lost in gloss. That's kind of the phrase I'll put it. And being lost in gloss is when you have such a glossy finish that you can't really see. Like when you put light directly at what you're looking at, it just bounces the light off and whites it out in front of you. So when you try to illuminate and get a better view and you're getting lost in gloss, all the detail just kind of gets killed in white light, or I don't know, is it white balance? Is it white balance to what your eye perceives? Like digitally it's white balance, but now I'm wondering, is it white balance for your eye? But yeah, it's that loss in gloss, too much. It bounces too much light for you to get really good, for you to like soak in the detail of what you're looking at. I think there's an artist named Husky Boyo that does not like gloss either. Gloss has its places and purposes, especially in mini painting, but he described it with art like a painting. Is that when you have a lot of gloss and a hard like gallery light on it, you almost have to like move around to move that light around. But I thought that was actually really good, just the way he described it, of like, it's like you got that light right in your face and you gotta like move it, and that kind of like
The way he just kind of moved his hand and head was like, yeah, that even with a mini painting, you're moving the mini around trying to like move that bouncing light. I don't know. So yeah, gloss has its places. Usually if you want things to look wet or shiny. Like if I wanted to make this base around him, like right now I'm just getting this sticky so I can dump a bunch of rocks on it. But if I wanted to make this look like a pond, like green pond scum, I would use glossy Mod Podge. Now I would do the same thing, how I kind of ripple it up. Now I just leave it rippled. And that gives you kind of a wet look. If you have an airbrush and you want to go for that wet look even a little more, you can put pools of Mod Podge and blow it around the base with the air from your airbrush. Or if you have like an air chuck on a compressor, you can like psh, 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 and use the air to blow the Mod Podge like waves. Just make sure you're doing it all intentionally. Like if you want the waves to look like they're going on one side, kind of like put a bead down and then blow it, and then put another bead down and like layer it in the same direction like shingles, so it looks like waves going in one direction. Because like you wouldn't have, or it'd be less likely for two waves to do this without a disturbance in the water. Like usually the wind blows and the water waves in one direction. So if you're doing the airbrush trick, just keep your air from one side. Alright, so what I say about having a lint roller and a little dustpan and stuff. They're good to have, right? Something about keeping the workspace clean and not covered in crap. Someone was talking about that recently, I think. I don't know. Whoever said it may have been full of themselves. Yeah, keep a very tidy workplace. Just brush it up with the glue brush. How's that? There, multi-use tool. Try to at least get some of this off my desk before I dump another handful, but we're gonna dump another handful. Now so, you got a nice little layer down. I'm just going to put a little more Mod Podge down. Boop. So I'm going to wet my brush. Oh, no. Too wet. Let's grab a let's grab a little dry palette. Just a little plastic tray there. Let's get a nice wet brush. Put some water in there. And we're just gonna mix all this together. Make a nice little wet Mod Podge slurry. And now you can see I'm just kind of, I need a little more podge in there. Basically what I'm going to do is just make a little bit of a Mod Podge soup, let it soak into and amongst this gravel just to kind of really sink it in that layer. There we go. So I kind of put the gravel in there so you can see how runny it is. Guess I could put color in it, but figure the gravel will do. So you can see it's kind of soupy. I'll load up my brush with that soupy and just kind of touch here, and you'll see it kind of soak in like that. And that's gonna kind of seep in, get into the cracks, and really solidify this layer. And I can pour a little more gravel on it. There we go. So that will dry clear and matte. But it is also kind of nice because as you touch and go, you can see what you're soaking into, right? And literally the gravel in the palette is just to kind of soak in, absorb, and keep it from running everywhere. I can kind of collect it in this little chunky pit. Boo, 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 boo. Okay, so I'm just going to put a little Mod Podge on his base now. Like his actual base, not the little pie plate thingy. Just so that'll blend. Otherwise it looks like he's on an island. We're just going to grab more of this. Just going to keep going with it, right? Now, it probably would have been a lot smarter if I had like a Tupperware container under my model. So as I do this, it collects in the Tupperware container. Captain Hindsight. Didn't think of that just now. But like, I should have, because it's something I've done before. Like, oh, this is gonna get everything covered in moss and dirt, and all my paints and my wet palettes are out. Just to keep safe, I should probably contain this mess. And other times I'm just like, yeah, let it fly. There really isn't anything in a risky position of getting messy. I don't think I'm going to be flinging glue or sand too much that it'll make it to the shelves or the Glottkin over there. As long as I don't knock over a jar full of alcohol, I'm okay. Okay, so get a nice little terrain here. We can do the same thing, layer it up a bit. Just gonna give it a few knocks, get all the really loose stuff off. There, boom. Where am I going to put you? Just go right here, buddy. Now, it would probably be a good idea to rinse this out so I don't glue all this stuff to it. This would probably be more of an appropriate vacuum cleanup, but bah. This is handier. It's also a lot quieter. Get that off the armrest there. There we go. Into the trash. And we're good. Put this in. Alright. That can probably use a bit more cleaning. Just throw it in the slop bucket. Do the bob shake. And my shop towels. Or having a towel next to you on your chair. Create sticky rocks. Sorry, I'm just getting the redlining correction exists. Yeah, the glossy's how I did the frog pond. That's actually exactly how I did it. I kind of did the same thing too with the olive green there, and then just covered it with a bit of gloss. The only difference with the olive green layer, to cover up that initial layer, instead of just airbrushing green on green on green, I did like a little bit of a brush, and I applied where are you? This stuff. It's another Citadel technical. It's called Nurgle Rot, and you can kind of see it's not mixed right now, but it's kind of like a chunky, glossy. It's like olive colored slime, maybe a little more yellow than olive. It's like olive with a touch of yellow, but it's a shiny, slimy medium. So it makes a really good, I guess, rock color. Pardon the coffee slurp there. Okay, so now that we've got our dirt, we want some grass. So I've already got some mosses chopped up. There's a fly buzzing around. Now I actually have a good pile of different mosses here. We'll go through them all, I guess, because I got nothing better to do, right? So this is preserved forest moss. And I don't know if it's got an actual mixture of what this is. Yeah, I think this is just various forest moss. So these various ones have different colors. It's very fern-like. Got a big bag for pretty cheap. I can get them at like Michael's and Walmart. What are the other mosses here?
go through a bunch of them. I have one in here that is... Okay, so this stuff's kind of neat. This is called reindeer moss. And this stuff is kind of corally. It's one color, very kind of spongy, and sometimes you'll get it and it's dry and very brittle. But this stuff is actually pretty good for, because it crumbles, it makes grass very nicely. You can just get one of these, dry it out, and then crush it up like a nugget of greenery onto your model. And it makes for a pretty nice, doesn't go down exactly like static grass, but you get this nice sort of stringy grass. Kind of like that. And we'll just sprinkle some of that in there. And there's kind of this moss, which is very viney. So I'm actually going to take some of this out, because some of these vines would be good. I think that'll make a nice mess on our tree, don't you? It's making a nice mess on my desk. And there's a bit of this stuff too. So this is all part of this forest moss? Different types of forest moss, but they're both forest moss. From the same company, Proflora. I believe that's it. So yeah, they make a bunch of different types of moss, different types of colors. Pretty cheap. Like these bags of moss lasted me quite some time. Ooh, here's another one. This one I actually really like. Yeah, I find it's good to have at least a couple, because usually vegetation grows in like diverse patches, unless you get like a man-made planting. Usually things just kind of grow wild and find their own way. So having just one color moss laid down, it'll look like grass, but it might not look like forest floor. I like these. They look like dead sticks. Like driftwood. I don't know what kind of moss this is. Kind of looks like enoki mushrooms. Like a cross section of enoki mushrooms. But I like using this as like driftwood, dead trees, dead sticks. Kind of adds a nice bit of, like I'd say it adds life to your model, but it's more like it adds a nice bit of deadness to it. Like if you're going for a wasteland or something like that, it gives you, it plays into that effect very nicely. Kind of tumbleweedy. Tumbleweed mushrooms. So yeah, I'm just kind of, you probably notice I'm just grabbing little handfuls as I'm pulling them out, throwing them on the desk, and we'll see what we can use. These vines will probably be super glued and not Mod Podged. Just as like a little head up. Because I'm impatient, I don't want to sit there holding it till the Mod Podge dries. Just be like a little super glue, like a little lick, and then press it on, and the Gorilla Glue should make quick work of it. Get some scissors, chop up the mosses. What else? I've got a couple other mosses here on the ready. These ones are quite colorful. These were more like, this is going to be more for the beholder. These greens and purples and pinks, just otherworldly color. I'll try to keep more of a natural foresty look for this guy. So this stuff is, it's still smudging off a bit, but it's on there.
We're gonna do another little wash of Maji Podgy. I'm getting more generous every time. It's like, ah, yeah, screw it. Just wash it in there. Yeah, they do kind of have like a horns look to them, you know? I can see that, that kind of beige bone color. Maybe that helps play into that wasteland look. I'm just gonna soak all this with a little another layer of Mod Podge on top. Just to kind of cement everything and make sure that moss sits down on top of it. Be like bulletproof by the time we're done. Okay. Once again, a Tupperware container would be smart. Sometimes I'm smart. Oh, look at that. Could have been smarter. It could have been smarter faster. I'm just gonna dump some chopped up moss. So this was moss that I had, forest mosses that I chopped up earlier. I'm just kind of sprinkling them on. Now the way I chop them up is put them in this shot glass or a little cup like that. Here, we can do a little extra chopping. So yeah, just this and chopping like that. Just chopping up all the mosses with a pair of scissors, a little cup or shot glass. If you have like a coffee grinder or something, you could probably do it faster. It might chop it a little too fine, like you don't want it to be dust, you want it to still be kind of leafy. I'm just gonna kind of pat it down. And just doing this in layers and layers is gonna save me painting stuff, and it's gonna look nice and real. If I just piled up the moss without the dirt, it would probably still look okay. Like, he's walking in a forest, it'll look fine. But I wanted that dirt to kind of give that look like he's part of the earth, or he's like, it's not just a pile of leaves, he's walking on solid ground. So we'll do that with this side. Same deal. Just kind of make sure it's nice and sticky. Be generous with that podge. Clean the edge. And you can always come back with like a little scraper and like shoo across the edge there and make sure it's nice and clean. Do some basing on this. Boom. No, that gets me every time. Fine, Morty. Go, give him a little shake, shake a shake. There, we got nice little grass base already. Look at that. Beautiful. You could probably seal this in with like airbrush and, you know, a clear coat. Just kind of. You might blow some of the leaves off, but you also would probably seal a bunch in. Yeah, but if you blow on it like that, you just go whoo. Like I just blew moss all over my desk. So we can just keep going with that Mod Podge and the moss. This little section in here is dry, and I want that to be mossy as well. So one of the things you got to be careful of is, here, we'll do it here, boom. Once you glue and put your stuff down, if it's not really dry, or if you're too forceful without, if you're just poking it pretty hard, if that Mod Podge is getting tacky on your brush, they'll actually pull up everything you put down. So I'm just gonna load up a little extra wet Mod Podge here. We'll go back over there. So back in the 1800s, it wasn't necessarily Mod Podge, but Ozu made Mod Podge like stuff. Like he invented things akin to Mod Podge for his paper mache models. So that's something I've never really worked with a lot, or at all really. Not as an adult. Is paper mache. I think that'd be a cool project. Maybe make my own Ozu model. Make a paper mache. Maybe not a person. Maybe like an eyeball or something. He's made some pretty cool eyeballs. I think that would make a pretty cool sculpture. Yeah. I think that would actually be a pretty cool model to build. You know, you could have a display case full of, you know, organs. Not real ones, but it'd be pretty cool. Be even cooler if you could actually make them with, like, intentionally make them look aged. So at that point, it's kind of like, you don't want to age it to, like, you know, try to commit any kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Dishonest action. But just to give it that aged look, like it's appropriately, you know, as a model that's survived over 200 years. You know, that would actually be really cool. Oh, that's clumpy. Okay, so your Mod Podge is going to do that to your stuff eventually. If you pour it up too much, poke at it with your brush too much. Just kind of these chunky bits that come off that won't want to stick down. Nope, nothing. So I think it's always better to just sprinkle and pat. Make sure your fingers aren't covered with glue when you do that, because otherwise you end up doing that. Use a nice dry finger. Okay. That, not bad. Not bad. Let's get some vines on them now. Where do we run him? Do we run sticks and vines in his bark? How do I get you there? I could just try flossing them into his thing and then putting little dabs of glue. Maybe run them down his back. I think running him down his back will be the more appropriate move. So for this procedure, we're going to use toothpicks and super glue. Yeah, he's stomping around Fangorn Forest. A shepherd of the forest. This bottle of glue's getting to the bottom. I know I got another one on reserve. So that sucks. You're building that model halfway and then you run out of glue. That hurts. So I'll get real finicky with it. Use tweezers as well. There we go. Oh shit. All had those moments, right? There we go. That's how it coming out of his face. You know what? Not bad. I can tuck that down. Right now we're just gonna tack some of these into his grooves. Oh. Sniper got real close there. You guys ever seen Leon the Professional? The knife is the last thing you learn. Because you have to get real close. That's a good movie. So I'm just kind of painting in these little cracks and grooves there. And then we're just going to grab different lengths and bits of these. Ooh, that's a nice curly one. And we're going to just kind of plug these into those little gluey bits. Different shapes, sizes, and placements there. So we're just gonna have these running down his back a bit. And give him a little haircut after if we feel so inclined. I am gonna run this down his side though, because I don't want this sticking out too much.
Pin that to there. Boom. Come on, stick. So you can see how I'm just kind of like taking a little toothpick blob, running it in that groove. I'm going to take let's see, I'm trying to find a good angle for you to see. There. So we're just going to take this and go, oops. Try not to glue our fingers or the tweezers. And then now you can see he's kind of got that mossy strip that runs down. We're going to do that with a bunch of these like that. This one's going to be a little, like, it's got a little groin strap here maybe. So he's just going to follow those curves. That's the whole idea of this, is just going to put a few living vines on this guy. Wipe his ass with some glue here. It just dawned on me, guys. Do ants poop? Serious question. You know, they're living things, apparently, and living things poop. Do ants poop? Or have they transcended poop? Do they have some kind of plant poop? I'm just fighting with this. Alright. Yes, we shall risk gluing our finger to the model. Foolishly, I might add. I can see an element of this that is about to fall off. Nice catch, leg. Nice catch. Okay, we'll have to touch up a little more glue. Yeah, we'll just keep going with this stuff. I feel like the moss does not like the super glue as much as I like the super glue. Some areas aren't liking to be grabbed down. Oh, we're just going to clip this piece off here. This little tail. Just going to go boop. Take a little tip here. Just going to drop that in there. And then we're just going to take this and go boop, right on top of it. Now, one of the things I'm kind of worried about is that this glue might leave those white sort of glue ghost lines, and I will have to come back and touch those up, which, you know, that happens. I think it's worth that little bit of pain for those nice 3D vines that come off him. Like those two on his back just look great there.
Yeah, Mod Podge is nice. Kind of behaves better. More predictable, but takes longer to dry. I could probably sort of paint the Mod Podge on these vines, super glue just the point of origin in, and then use the Mod Podge to line it. We'll see. See how the rest of these stick and go down. Yeah, there's a nice little knot there. Put that there. Nice little globby glob. Boop. Nice. Blech. Okay, so we're going to take this slip piece, smush it into that point. Whoa. I just broke him. Yep. Awesome. Well, how do we fix this, guys? Shit. I'm just gonna put him safely down there. Let's go to the, ah, shit. Yeah, that sucks. I don't want to go to the hot glue gun for this guy. I might have to. Yeah, he came off the base. But still, that's a bitch. So with all this stuff Mod Podge down, it's gonna, like, he's not gonna sit flat very nicely anymore. So all that nice smooth earth we just put down is for naught, unfortunately. Yeah, that sucks. Well, let's put in a little work here. Oh yeah, throw the toothbrush right in the super glue. Yep. Yeah. It is okay. Also I find the PVC glue, or not PVC glue, look, just the PVC models don't take super glue as well. I have some contact cement or some 2-part epoxy. I don't think I want to break out either of those. I have this cyanoacrylite and some contact cement. Maybe a touch of contact cement. This stuff is a little more hardcore. Ooh, that, I don't even know if that's gonna come out. This stuff's bond is kind of rubbery, so I don't like it for bonding models together at all. Like if I had to build a Warhammer model, I would not use this stuff because of the flex. Like, you just don't want your model to flex like that. But I think putting it down as a base will be good. It does take a while to dry. I can even get it out of this tube. Yeah, I don't even think that's gonna work. You can try a little bit of that, but I think the stuff is about done. Okay, I see the cap is cracked, so don't worry about that. Different time. I think this stuff is done. Okay, well, 2 glues down. I think we're going to the glue gun, guys, unfortunately. Just took a smack in the schnoz from that. Alright. This is going to take a minute to heat up. Damn. It's a bummer. Yeah, this'll just be like a minute. I'll get it back down. Then I think I'll probably have to, like, I don't know. I could probably get those vines back on. Minor setback. Here, we'll keep going with great. We'll just keep going with that while that heats up. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at, is instead of just fumbling, it's see, okay glue. It's not perfect, but it'll get the job done. Hopefully it'll dry reasonably quick, and we won't spend too much time fumbling with the base, or at least the keeping this thing on its base. Okay, I think we got so I'm just kind of like smearing and laying a bead flat. Find this is the one kind of bummer thing about hot glue, is that it does like to be, like, it does like to dry really fast. And I am impatient to let it heat up. And that's not going to sit flat.
We need a proper tool for that. Yep. Just dropping stuff everywhere. Yeah, this is gonna rip up a good amount of moss as well. But, you know, what can you do, right? Yeah, that first bead didn't go down very nicely. And then welding it flat did not work at all. Or ironing it flat, more like. So I'm just going to pull up what I can. Anything that's too bumpy, I'll try putting another gooey bead flat. I'm just gonna put a big bead down so it stays hot. Gonna make sure we're putting them the same way as you landed before. I'm just gonna smush down in place as best we can. And we could probably cover up our oopsie. Like the bottom, you'll be able to see that. But that doesn't matter. Probably gonna have to do a little coat. I'm wondering how thin I could put Mod Podge in. Like mix some Mod Podge and water really thin and spritz it. Maybe run Mod Podge, like really thin Mod Podge through the airbrush. Just put like a mist layer of glue down. Okay. I think we're in business. We're getting there. Just gonna press these all with my thumb. It's gonna kind of mat everything. It's gonna take away that sort of crumbly leaf look and kind of make it look a little smushed into the ground. F. Yeah, they, you know, they all got their industry tricks of the trade. You know, your materials, do you make them on sprue? Do you, you know, cast and mold them? Are your models sold as one piece? Or are they sold as assembly? PVC, polystyrene, resin? Yeah, it's like you could have, you know, almost the exact same like orc model, but have it done, you know, many different ways. And I think part of it is that each company kind of has their own special sauce for making their models. Or maybe like they all kind of found their niche. Like a Games Workshop model for Warhammer, you might pay a lot of money for like a really significant character or a very significant model. Whereas like D&D, they're all kind of like it's the power of imagination, and the creatures are just kind of like an avatar representation. So, you know, it shouldn't cost the dungeon master $200 to, you know, jump his
party with a, some kind of legendary dragon. It should just be part of the story. So those models are more affordable. Because it's not like you're paying a specific stat block price. At least that's how I interpret it. So yeah, some models, it's not necessarily that the bigger models are more expensive in Warhammer. It's sometimes kind of like magic cards. Seems to be what's more useful is more expensive. And mind you, I don't play a lot of War. I don't play really any Warhammer. I play magic cards. So I don't exactly know, the characters, the models, the names, the lore, the legends. I just know that usually when you go to the store and see that, the bigger model that looks cooler, you're like, ah, damn, it's more expensive. But usually that more expensive model will kick butt on the battlefield as well. So I think that's magic cards are paying for usefulness as well as rarity. That just seems to be the way, most games are modeled, right? The most useful things are the most common. Or the most powerful tools, I should say, are the most common. Kind of takes some of the zest out of it. Alright, so I think we're kind of we're at a level of redemption here. We got them attached, we got our mosses down again. We don't really have... Oh, there's a seam. Let's get rid of that. I was going to say, I've gotten rid of most of the seams. So it's kind of lifted there, that little crack. So we'll just, dump some of this on it. Stuff it in there. And get a little wipey wipe. Oop. There we go. Let's get another... So wash that Mod Podge into that crack as best we can. Here we go. Boop, boop. Wash, wash. Drip, drip. Mod Podge. Shit! And then drop your brush on the floor. Yeah, right into that pile of, looks like pencil shavings or something. Oh, you know what? I kind of like that little piece there. Add a little more of these little dead sticks. And we're just gonna keep going. Bump, crash, smash. Yeah, not bad. Moss is kind of creeping up his leg a bit. Kind of knock that down just so it's just around his toes a bit. There we go. Just kind of find any spots that aren't too grassy or might be lacking moss, and then cover them up. Be careful you don't burn your hand on your glue gun, because that son of a bitch is hot. Let's move that. Damn you! Let go! There we go.
Two pizzas together. See if I can't figure out a better method for these vines. Let's try this. I don't have a whole lot of faith in it, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, I'm not really thrilled with how that Mod Podge sits. It's too weak. We're going back to this. Probably end up using most of this glue. There we are. So once again, just kind of grabbing these little vines and stick them here and there. Just kind of run them down these grooves in his body. Just takes a little bit of glue. There we go, that's a good one. As long as it sticks. I say this shit does not like sticking. Stick to the toothpick. But not the model. There we go. Just gotta really poke it in there. Just shove these branches in, cut the excess. Just cut little bits as we go. Just keep going with that glue, working in the cracks. Grab the little pieces and glue them where they fit. Oop. I want to keep a lot of them kind of on the back and the legs here. I don't want to put too much of this on his face. Let's put a little smear there. Just to hold that down to his leg. Pow pow. Come on, you. Get on there. And thankfully, so far, I'm not seeing any of that, the white glue. But, like, once again, that might come later. We'll see. See what happens with that.
go. Just kind of fixing those vines in. Oh, that one's nice. Runs right in that groove there. We really just want them to look like they're part of his existing anatomy. Let's see a bit of a overlap here. We can bring that down to, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see. Let's get that down there. Come on. Oops. And I'm definitely gonna have to like wash those tweezers with acetone by the time I'm done this. And the other nice thing about this, that's gonna be a mess. That one on his face is gonna be a mess. Mark my words. The other nice thing about this, though, is that all these little cracks in the model, like the little faults where they kind of join all the parts in the factory, you can stuff these little moss strands into there. It seems to make a really nice gap filler. I also have a few little tufts. Maybe we'll throw a few plant tufts on this too. Let's see. Nice. There's a groove here in this shoulder. I'm just gonna align that in there. Do that. This piece we're actually going to try to mask onto plastic. It's got a vine that runs right there with it. So we'll try to double that up. Make it look once again like part of the sculpt. Just kind of push it in there. And see his shoulder. I'll bring that up close. Right up there. And we can kind of just feed it here. I got an idea. We'll run it down that nice groove. There's a nice thick groove there. Just go and that in there. Pinch in the kink and stuff it in. Come on. There we go. Just kind of pat into that shoulder there. And runs down into that groove and down. When you look at it from the side there, it just kind of fills in that gap. Yeah, let's run that all the way down. Let's put a little more. This guy. Put it right on the vine. Shove that right onto his body. Get in that groove. Get in there. I just licked the stub with some glue. Do not want to do that. Did it again. Just beating this guy up with a glue stick. The glue stick, I made a toothpick covered in glue. Alright, so we've got some nice vines on his back. Just a little, something a little nice to, add on there. Oops. Is that Mod Podge on this? Yeah. Alright, so we got a few vines down his back. That looks good. Nice and easy. Runs the grooves. It's a little wet in there. Yeah, I didn't think about all the dry time for this project right now. But that's okay. Okay, one of the things I'm seeing with these vines is, see where they're super glued and attached? They're actually turning brown. That's actually a happy accident. Alrighty. Looking good, nice little base. Probably put some flowers and stuff. Here, let me probably have to put another layer of some more, of course, sprinkles. So I could probably throw a couple of these on. Let's throw on one right now. Why not? That's a nice purple one. So these have a bit of a sticky tack to the bottom. Actually, just gonna give it a little dab in that super glue, just so I'm certain that it will stick nice. I'm gonna kind of shove it down and then fluff it up a bit. There we go. So now we got a nice little flower by his feet. Keep going with our sticky solution. Scoop a little of that water. So every time you want to seal another layer, this is probably the way to go. You gotta be really gentle. Like, I'm almost thinking I'm gonna be better off at this point. Because I'm just pulling up everything I go along with. Making like a little Mod Podge soup. And just kind of pour it on. So basically, I'm actually going to make this thinner. So I want it to really run off my brush. So I almost just want it to like drip. There we go. So, how should I do this? I have a few sprinkly things. I don't know if I want to consign one of my bottles to glue. Oh, okay. Jeez, use a little extra water though. A log over there. Grab a little log from here. So again, we want it runny. Real soupy. And where's that sponge? Just gonna soak some of this up with a sponge and kind of let it drip. So you see here, like, let me get my stupid hands out of the way. Just gonna soak up some of that and go boop, boop, boop. I'm just gonna let that soak into some of that Mod Podge there. That'll let us put more layers on top. Yeah, at this point, now that you have this many layers, you don't want to, like, I'm having a lot of trouble just touching the Mod Podge with my brush. So I want a way to drip it, but I also selfishly don't I don't want to have to ruin, not even ruin, I don't want to inconvenience myself by filling one of my water bottles with glue and then having to clean it out after. So yeah, just a little more of the stuff piled on nice and loose. And I want that nice built up forest floor look. And this stuff is a little more gray. You can get away with just a bit of that. Probably need a little more. The drippy drip. And it might seem like a lot. Probably is a lot. But this stuff will, like, you want your base to be solid. You don't want this thing to be flaking and floofing and dripping. There's my sponge and my medicine brush. That might even be too wide. Put a little more glue in there. If you don't have Mod Podge, you can also use, like, you know, the basic crafting glue, white glue. Check the snow. The snow's, you know what? The snow's probably hard by now. That flocking's probably nice and solid. But, I feel like this deep in, that'll be starting that one. Be a little tricky. Maybe not tricky is the word. I don't think I'll be going for 5 hours tonight. That said, we're probably close to 4. Alright, so another little coating. We give them the salt bay of grasses and plants. These ones, I went from green to a layer of, like, the grayer ones on top. Kind of this stuff. And the idea is you have rocks, then you have your live plants, and then you have your dead leaves sitting on top. So when you pile that all together, it kind of gives you this nice sort of messy forest floor. Yeah. Now, I'm going to let that Mod Podge dry a bit before I throw any more layers on it. I'll probably put a few little sticks and twigs and maybe a few of these little bits sticking on. A few of these little bits of sticks. Bits of sticks. Alright. So I'm going to drag my finger around the edge. There we go. Like I said, you could also probably grab, like, a tool or a sculpting knife, your hobby knife, an X-Acto blade, straight edge piece of metal, just something to, like, drag around this edge, clear off all that excess glue. And try not to grab him with your gluey hands. Use something dry and clean to pick him up. There. That's the base, that's him. A few vines. A few embellishments. You know, maybe when I add the moss, a little more moss, like the branches and stuff. Maybe I'll add some moss to his branches. Just kind of maybe dip him in Mod Podge and then dip him in. Just cover his. I think dipping him in Mod Podge and then dipping his branches, like going Mod Podge and then moss, would kind of ruin those branches. But I really like that base. You know, relatively simple. just, plants, rocks, plants, and more plants, and layers of, fickle glue. And one hell of a mess. Let's see what this looks like from overhead. Yeah. yeah, it's a mess. We're just gonna throw everything here for now. To-do. I turned off my hot glue gun, right? Right? Just melting a hole through my desk. Melting everything on the desk into one blob of crap. Oh, I guess I didn't. No, it is off. Always make sure you turn that thing off. If you have one that has a switch, otherwise unplug it when you're done using it. Never leave your hot glue gun on and unattended. That's dangerous. Like, I don't know specifically. Like, I've never heard a specific in-person horror story of someone saying, like, oh, my hot glue gun burned my house down. But, there's a lot of chemicals and alcohols, and depending on what you paint with and what you use, maybe even more flammable solvents. Like, I'm pretty sure glue is flammable. I'm pretty sure most glues are flammable. Like super glue, this is an interesting fact. Maybe I'll try. I'm not going to try this right now, but maybe we'll try this one day. Like, I'll try to recreate the scenario. So this stuff, this is also cyanoacrylate. What's this stuff? I can't. That is like Army Painter. I can't read that. I have pretty good eyes. Here, let's try some. We should do this. I can find my magnifying glass. It's usually sitting here with me, but there you are. Okay, let's see if we can't read it with this. Let's see if you guys can. Oh. Okay. Ethyl 2 cyanoacrylate as well. Do not breathe dust, fumes, gas, mist, vapors, or spray. Yeah, I don't know. I know it'll evaporate. I don't know anyone who sprays super glue. Yeah, let me just load this in my airbrush. Honestly, I feel like this container of glue is actually probably rock solid at this point. I haven't used this glue in a while, and it feels like it is just solid. Like, it feels like not usable glue. Let's see what it looks like inside. Oh, you know what? Maybe that is usable. Let's take a little poke here. Come on, you son of a... Oh, more than I need, but... Oh no, that is rock hard in there. That is not... Can't use that at all. That's garbage. 2 glues down. Yeah. Safe disposal. Just leave them in a pile for now and deal with that later. This glue we're gonna have to lean on a little, because apparently it's the only one that's working. Now the nail glue's pretty good too. Clean this up. I don't think you guys want to spend time watching me clean all this shit up. So we'll do a quick little recap. We're approaching 4 hours, and I'll probably call it at 4. Yeah, so we'll do a quick little reclap. Yep. As I put all the stuff away. We released a new video, and we watched a video about anatomy. That one's fun and finally good to get completed. We put some flocking on this guy. You can see it's just kind of like a round snowy base now. And that's just going to give us a little more texture, some colors to work with. And put some stuff on this. Make it look a little more otherworldly. I might even airbrush some blues and pinks and greens. And we did this guy's base totally. We gave it an initial painting of olive. And then we Mod Podged and glued some gravel to it. And we added layers of liquid Mod Podge and gravel and leaves and more leaves. And then kind of dead leaves, put a little flower there. We glued a bunch of vines into his striations. Tried to make them kind of congruent with the rest of his body. They did kind of like, instead of white, they went brown, which I actually I'm happy with. Could have gone way bad, and instead it kind of gave a nice natural sort of discoloration to them. Ooh. Sorry, yeah, I'm kind of drifting. Yeah, I really like those vines. I'm sure one could probably sit and run vines through all these little grooves and make it like really integrate this pattern of these textured vines into the rest of them. But I was just kind of experimenting with the mosses. I do really like how that came out. I might just like, in my idle time, go about that and just, anytime I have nothing to do really, I'll stick a few more vines on them. Yeah, it looks pretty good though. And we got this nice little base done. I just pulled that stick off. It was a goner anyway. Yeah, looks pretty good. And the other thing that we were doing that we might have even... Crap, son, get out of here, Moss. Let's take a little look, see how our little stripper's doing. The paint is pretty murky, and it's getting pretty clean just by shaking it. So this thing will probably be, like, by tomorrow all that will peel right off and it'll be nice and clean. I can reprime it and do something else to it. Let's just see, just for shits and giggles, how easily this will all come off now. Oh yeah, it's coming off real easy. Like it's just kind of sliming off. Like if I take this and just bleh, it's just sliming. So if I take that and went doop doop doop, that's coming right off now. Look at that. See, it's coming right off. It's like coming off like a big booger. And it's gonna smear all over my fingers. But that's the idea, right? I'm just gonna take this, a little bit of scrub, scrubby dub dub. I could probably also run this under the sink, some hot water, and get most of this gunk off. Here, I'll be right back. We'll try that. I'm just gonna go give it a blast of hot water, and we'll see how much of this gunk comes off. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry to keep you waiting. Look at that. This peeled a lot off the back as well. You know, it could probably use another little scrub. I'm sure if I took a toothbrush to it and started poking around at these little gooey bits, I could peel things off pretty easy. And just get a little scrub part there. Scrubby parts here.
More scrubby parts. There, yeah, all this is actually coming off quite easy now. Any stubborn bits, you know, it's just gonna go back in and we'll soak up a little more. Clean everything out. Once again, you don't have to do this if you... Ooh, I got super glued my tweezers together. Huh. There we go. I just keep peeling away at these bits and pieces here. See that little bit there. Clean that off its head. A lot of this green paint on his legs. A little tricky to get to, but once you get a little piece of it, it kind of peels itself off pretty easily. Just getting those little bits. The little bits. Yeah, and these things on his back here, they come off in like sheets. So like, you'll be looking at it like this. You just go like that. Let's see if you can see that okay. It's just grabbing a bit like that. And peeling and peeling. And eventually you get it all off. And yeah, any stubborn bits that haven't really melted off yet, we'll get them. There we go, there's a nice chunk. Just pull all this stuff off like, you know, sunburned skin. Once again, if you had a bigger vat of alcohol, you know, a sink with some hot running water, you know, not a streaming rig, sort of talking idly, but like viciously scrubbing it, you probably have this strip by now. If you were like fervently hell-bent on getting it clean right away, you could probably do it faster than I'm doing it. But I think I got it as much off as I'm gonna get in this sitting, and it's getting late, so I'm gonna toss him back in the soup once I get all these bits off. There's something satisfying about watching these layers peel up though. Like watching this paint turn to like gummy skin and just peel right off. There's something oddly satisfying about that. It's like invertedly
It's the inverted process, but almost equally as therapeutic as painting them. I think you'd lose the therapy real fast if it was just like paint the model, strip the model, paint the model, strip the model. But always the same model. Okay. Well, I think that's as much as I'm feeling for now. Back in the soup. Give him a little seal. Give him a little shake. Let's take a look at this. Oh. Okay, just want to make sure they are charging. And I could probably get away with doing one and then the other and then the other. Alright, it's sludgy, but it's getting there. Alrighty. Bit more stewing time, yeah. Okay, so we are at about 4 hours, just after 4 hours and 10 minutes. You know, it's been a pretty I want to say a lackluster night tonight as far as the painting goes. Didn't get much painting done actually. We did some basing. Does that count? I applied Mod Podge with a brush. Does that count as painting? Live stream Mod Podge. Yeah. So I apologize. Less exciting tonight. Kind of more of a just kind of sit, talk, and get things done. Yeah, the loose ends take themselves a good amount of time. Oh, got some kind of fly scooting around my desk. But yeah, quiet episode. Kind of lackluster. Getting stuff done, doing basings. But yeah, I'm happy I got a base on that end. Like once again, looks pretty good. Like in hand. Still vines on his back alright. Yeah. We'll do probably put in some work on the beholder at some point. And yeah, I gotta clean all this shit up. So thank you very much. Thank you for spending your time here with me. I always appreciate having people hanging out with me. You know, it can get lonely at this desk without having good people with you. So I really appreciate you spending the time. And if you've gone and seen the video I dropped today, I want to thank you very much for supporting and watching that. I really hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, get the roller out. Roller in the brush. Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's stripping basing with a technical product and DIY basing. When you put it like that, it sounds like I did a lot more than I feel like I did. Thank you, I'll go with that. Oh, well, thank you very much for hanging out. I always appreciate it. It means so much. It really means the world. So everyone, I will love you and leave you. Yeah, it's 4 hours 15 minutes. So even though I felt like I had not much to do, we still seem to hang out for a while and get things done. So yeah, have a good night. Have a good weekend. I will be streaming on Twitch. I think I'll be doing that this weekend. I'll figure out something to paint. There's actually one painting I kind of want to do, and the credit goes to someone else. I can't take the credit for it, but it's a cool picture. So I'll love you and leave you. Have a great night. Have a great weekend or a great morning wherever you are. And I appreciate you. Always appreciate you. Alright, take care and have a good night.